Oh my God. Uh-huh. This would have been, yeah, maybe now they can ban hammers. That's what they should do. Yeah, now they can ban hammers. That's a good idea. I hate this video. They needed a beatdown during the arrest. I know. So, yeah. I think we should execute him. That's what I think. Yep. I don't want to deal with this. I'm tired. I'm fatigued. I'm tired of dealing and having to accept the constant, unrelenting terrorism, discord, chaos, and just total fucking psychotic behavior that these people engage in on a daily basis. I'm tired, boss. I am. I'm tired. And I think most people are tired of this. It's a fair statement. I do. And so, yes, this stuff is recontextualized all of history. I want very, very rough things to happen in my lifetime. I know that. Why would the hammers do this of their own accord? How? Which method? If you really want my honest opinion, you're not going to get it because it probably could get me in trouble. But it has to do with the sledgehammer, and it would be public. That's what I would do. So that's me, right? Calling out Mehdi and Polinsky completely crazy. Even the UK Reddit is doing this. Is Reddit actually turning? They're going to have to lobotomize Reddit again. Wait, really? Uh-oh. Zach Polinsky, gut-wrenching to see it. No, Zach, they were jailed for direct action against an arms supplier against Israel. They were jailed for driving a van through a wall building without a care of who might be on the other side. Having plowed through the wall, they leaped through the van, armed to the teeth with sledgehammer, axes, and whips, and other homemade weapons. Now, it could be reasonably argued the hammers were for damaging equipment, but what were the axes and whips for if not to harm and threaten people with harm? Well, I mean, if you hit somebody, like, I don't know, like, does this guy ever play Dark Souls? Like, axes do really good pierce damage, and they do good slashing damage, and hammers do good blunt damage, and they build up your stun gauge faster, and it's easier to stagger enemies. Like, you can absolutely use hammers in PvP. Everybody knows you can use hammers in PvP. Like, what are we even talking about? Like, oh, it was only for breaking the stuff up then, right? And the whip is useless. Yeah, what are they going to do? Like, stop going to Israel. Stop blowing up Palestine. Like, what are they going to do? Yeah, it's not meta anymore. Yeah, there's a reason why it's called War Hammer. Imagine that, right? And so this wasn't direct action. This was a carefully planned raid with the intent of causing as much mayhem in the pursuit of political aim, also known as terrorism. This is what they've been jailed for. They're going to have to lobotomize Reddit. This bloke is certifiably insane. It's not enough that he's certifiably insane. You have to do something about it. Because if you allow these people to stay in the country and do this, they're going to radicalize more people. The faster that you put a stop to it, the faster it stops. That's what I think. Many women have used their high heels to kill a man. The stilettos so hard enough to go straight through his skull. I never heard of that. That sounds great. Sounds like it's a Charlie's Angel shit. But like, yeah, my cousin supports Zach Polinsky. Helped me turn him normal and sane. So the goal, I've said this before, my goal is never about changing people's minds. I have no interest in changing people's minds. My goal is only about trying to communicate and then, look at people that are undecided and then bring them over to my side. These are, like, the people that believe in this and are okay with it are complete lost causes. They're a total lost cause. You can't, reason with them. You can't talk to them. They're just stupid. And so in the same way that you can't explain to a dog why it shouldn't, like, oh, there's coolant spilled in the garage. Oh, the dog's licking the coolant. Now the dog's dead. Is that your fault or the dog's fault? It's your fault. Why? Because you shouldn't have had the coolant there. I mean, it's just a dog. So you don't want to waste your time for that. The only thing that I care about doing is making people realize how bad this is and making people more accepting to radical solutions to solve it. That's literally all I care about. I don't care about any of the, what do you call it? I don't care about anything else besides that. I don't care about winning the argument against these people in their mind, because you can't win an argument against somebody that doesn't want to lose. You can't. Even if they think that even if you think that you won, they're just going to say that they won anyway. It's like, as I said, it's like playing chess with a pigeon, right? You can win every move, and they're going to knock all the pieces off the board and think that they won anyway. So yeah, that's it. They don't argue; they just talk at you. Yes, exactly. And yeah, at least the dogs are the excuse of being innately unable to critically think. I've got some bad news for you about most people, man. I do. I've got some really bad news. And so anyway, gut-wrenching to see people jailed for committing crimes, fucking dumb. The framing of this as a legitimate form of protest is abhorrent. This man is effectively praising and inciting criminal damage and violence. Yes, and this is the reason why I have totally stopped all of my narratives around, like, oh wow, like, that any of this other bullshit. Like any other politics, like these people, like whatever these people are for is probably a bad thing. Because who the fuck defends this? Only crazy people would defend this. So that's it. Can't win the argument if their IQ is too low to understand the argument in the first place? No, it's not about that. It's like what I said about religion. People believe these things on a matter of faith, not rationality. So you can't go and explain it to them. Quite the change of tune. Just the other day, social media is extremely dangerous, needs to be banned, as it can apparently lead to riots, which Polanski condemned, but not using a sledgehammer of peace on a policewoman as peaceful protest and legitimate direct action. This is exactly the reason why they need to be treated like terrorists. They need to be treated like terrorists and completely oppressed. Totally oppressed, totally shut down. And guys, I want to tell you, I'm the nice option, okay? Because there's a lot of people that are watching this probably and that see it on Twitter, and they think to themselves, why is he being so reasonable? I think I'm being extremely reasonable. That's the way I look at it. Yeah, you can't reason a person out of something they didn't reason themselves into. That's exactly correct. You're right. Doug was crying about the riots in Ireland, by the way. That's the reason that these people have no standards and no morals. That's the reason why you should always treat them that way. You should. They think these are extreme views when they're actually moderate. They're young and brainwashed. Yeah, I think so in some cases. 50 years, we remember before it'll be played in genocide museums. Oh my God. Callous brutality of the British state in the face of a slaughter of Palestinian people. Oh my God. Like the sand wars. Let's bring more of the sand wars to America. Let's bring the sand wars to the West. And look at their faces. These kids were just sentenced as terrorists and jailed for 22 years. Britain's never not at it. Thank God. Look at their faces. I know. And anyway, so that's generally the way that I feel about it. And just know as Van Is believes that someone smashing a sledgehammer policewoman in the back is legitimate, justifiable direct action. When people tell you who they are, believe them. These people do make me angry. I don't like them. And the one thing that I don't like the most is that there isn't a complete and concerted effort in just completely destroying them. It's unfortunate that there are not more people that are willing to take drastic action. It is, but we'll see what happens, right? I mean, like, maybe things will begin to change, especially, I think that this is another point on the graph that everybody can look at and say, well, look at this. This is another person that is, yet again, I love how, by the way, he replies to this. And so this freak with 1.3 million followers wants to execute a group of young people, took action. So everybody here, look at this here, execution might be a bit much, a couple decades in prison. I think it's important to execute them to send a message. It's more, the message is more important than the punishment. Because it's not really, you're not doing it for them. You're doing it for everybody else that thinks like them you're doing it for everybody else that thinks like them in order to make it so that people realize that this is what happens, right? The entire idea of execution message, yes, that's the reason why. It's the deterrence of it. And so if actually want to smart this, but nah, he's right. You're mad because he called you out as an Islamic terrorist. And man, talking to young people, how do you know where these shoes are from? Uh-oh. I wonder what that is. And what is this here? Execute the Munich swing sledgehammers of people and stand civilized society. Any foreign invader disrupting Western civilization should be executed. I like this guy. I like him a lot. And so do you agree with the Quran? I don't know what the fuck the Quran says, right? And anyway, what is the rest of this? Well, let me go back down. If you attack a person in cold blood with a sledgehammer, you might need to get executed. I am so happy. I am so happy that the tide is turning. I am. I'm so glad. People are finally tired of dealing with this bullshit. We should bring back heads on pikes. I like the sound of that. And there's a petition you can sign which forces Brussels to stop migration. It's called Save Europe Act. It's doing pretty good. What do you think you can? What do you think? You're going to fill out the petition and they're going to have to do it? What if they just don't do it? Like, do you think that you're going to be able to fill out a petition and then they're going to have to do what you tell them? Like, what do you like? They put that petition out there so they can give people like you a relief valve so they don't take more drastic action. That's the reason why. Executions might be the most moral solution. Thinking of the trolley problem, which would also save more people from bad decisions by executing one. I completely agree. I do. And let's see, did he respond to this? Wow, what a surprise. 6 measures, Legend History will be a champion. Yeah. So it looks like there's no response at all. And I'm assuming that he's probably, if anything, he'll probably retweet it. Because the reason why people retweet rather than respond is so they don't get ratioed in the comments. It's so they can continue to use and advertise to all of their followers to try to help push and support them and everything. That's the reason why it happened. And yeah, there it is. I'm in the UK. I can show you the best food. And I love these comments, man. I really do. And so Assange should be banned for he calls for violence. Also, Zach, yeah, I call for state violence all the time. I don't want vigilante justice at all. I don't think that somebody randomly should shoot him. I think that we should come and make a decision through a court of law and then apply this punishment legally. That's the difference, right? And also, again, I don't support terrorist organizations. Hassan does. So that's a pretty big difference, too. It's a huge difference, actually. And anyway, the man who steps up to do these extreme measures to save Western civilization will become a legend in history. We want a champion who will step up. We need leaders in the country who have the same ideals. I will vote for them in an instant. These people eventually get to experience white rage in its purest form. I think that, honestly, there's plenty of people that are non-white that are fed up with this shit, too. I think most people, because you got to keep in mind that there are a lot of people, and, I understand that, things can be very polarized, but it's important to keep in mind that there are a lot of people that left these other countries, the shithole countries, and they came to first world countries because they don't want to live there. They don't want to deal with that shit. They want to live in a normal society where you can walk down the street without getting robbed. The police aren't going to randomly, beat you up and take your money. They want to live in a normal area. So I don't think this is just white people, right? I mean, these are predominantly white countries, and I think that there's a correlation, but it's not a one-to-one. It's certainly not. And, yeah, that's the way I see it. Want to show what Mehdi said before? What did he say before about this? Let me go back and see if I can find it. Let's see if I open it up. Master debater. Yeah.
From the rest of the human beings who live their lives as animals, bending any rules to fulfill any desire. What would you now? We are lost.
This is the guy. Once Western civilization wakes up and sees people like him for what they are, I think that we can finally work towards making things better. And that's why I like to go live and I bring this up all the time, because I know that eventually people will start waking up and they'll start noticing and they'll say, wait a minute, why do we deal with this? Why are we putting up with this? And sooner than later, it's going to happen. Mehdi is Islamist subversive. He absolutely is. He 100% is. Sound like an unhinged moron? You're too old to think owning it makes it cool or fun? It's, again, this is still inside of the frame of caring what this is the problem with people on the internet, right? Is that they're worried about what other people think. I'm not worried about what other people think. I mean, to an extent I am, because I want people to agree with me and vote for the thing that I want. But other people's approval is not necessary to me. I have a lot, and you guys saw that, by the way. Remember what I said about the Lolly stuff? Remember how everybody crashed out over that? Remember what I said before about Stellar Blade, right? I didn't like the way the character looked young. People got really mad about that. Remember what I said about abortion? People got really mad about that. I don't give a fuck if people like it or not. I don't give a fuck. It's great when they like it, but if they don't like it, well, too bad. You're getting it anyway. That's the way it is. High school mentality, yeah. And people like Mehdi pretend to be enlightened liberals whenever they're talking to Western people, and then they go full funding nationalists behind closed doors. Yes, exactly. That's exactly what they do. And anyway, your vote? No, I will vote. I will vote next time. And by the way, if we get a candidate that's willing to do this stuff, then I will actually vote. But I will not vote for somebody who does not promise to do this. Like, I want to have the promise of these people being lined the fuck up and packed up. That's the way I see it. Vote for Paxton? I don't know anything about Paxton, honestly. Like, I will vote for whoever, like, I don't know. Like, I'll vote for whoever's best. I'll figure it out. I appreciate your honesty, just saying what the current thing is. You make it more the current thing. I do. And that's the reason, by the way, this picture really... It's really a good picture. Like, I don't know why. I really like this photo. I think it's a great photo, man. And Bill Paxton, yeah, I don't really know anything about him. People said bad things about him. Other people said good things about him. Like, that's really, I don't really have too strong of an opinion. And, oh my God. Bring back the aura? Yeah, I like the sound of that. And, yeah, space killed the domestic terrorists. Exactly. Yeah, it's really that simple. Oh boy. Yeah. There he is, and that's all I want. That's all. I think this is a very, very fair and reasonable ask. It is I am a reasonable guy. I am. And so, do you want to get the ice? Maybe, right? And, yeah, sure. You look like Vlad? You think he had a better hairline than I did? I don't have a mustache either. I have a full beard. Your entire philosophical foundation is the rest of voting actually working. Do you think it's possible with the current rigging and outright fraud built into the system? Well, I mean, I will advocate for what I think is in my best interest, right? And, like, realistically, I think that that's the solution, is that, and the way that you solve it is you don't solve something like this overnight, right? You don't make decisions and change things overnight. Things like this happen over time, and they happen over, like, a decade or 2 decades. So the goal is about creating like, basically, it's like a stepped program. So the first step in the program is to completely delegitimize and demonize and make illegal and then prosecute all the people that are terrorists, all the terrorist actors, all the problematic people. Then after that, it's about going after their families. So that means getting rid of welfare benefits, getting rid of other forms of, like, migration benefits, getting rid of any form of government subsidies for foreigners. And so then you make the country completely inhospitable to them, so then they have to leave. And then once they leave, you don't have to worry about them voting anymore because they're not there to vote. You see how all this fits together, right? So, like, there's a stepped program for how you solve this problem. And it's not something that you do overnight. It's what happens over decades. And that's the mindset that I have. And why can they vote? Well, I mean, because they have kids, right? They have kids, and then after you have enough of them gone, then you can propose to remove the rest of them through rescinding and revoking citizenship and then sending them back. And any of the ones that are criminals, you would also retain all their assets too. So you'd seize their bank accounts, seize their homes, seize everything that they own, and then send them back with the shoes on their feet and nothing else. So that's my mindset, right? And then after that, so then you have to go after the people that are what do you call it? Then you have to go after the people that are in the country that enabled it, right? And that's whenever you go after them afterwards. So some more government control? Oh yeah, I mean I absolutely. Yeah, bro, we would control every aspect of their lives. Every minute detail. Of course. Yes, bro, like, we're gonna Palantir the shit out of them. Fuck yeah. What did you think we're gonna do? Yes. Duh, what do you think? Of the area? Yeah, exactly. So, yeah, are there any questions about that? I feel like it's pretty simple, right? It's very, very simple. I think get rid of the enablers first and the immigrants. No, I think that the immigrants have to go first because it's easier to do that. The enablers are harder to do. And, yeah, it's harder to do that because they're citizens and people will have more of a sympathy for them. So it's important to remove as much support as they could possibly have. So, anyway, let me go back. Or inciting violence. Oh, or it's... Is this him talking about inciting violence? It's crazy how these people just love to lie, man. I do. And, oh my god. What is this? Is this, oh, Hassan, another Hassan talking about me. What a surprise. Here we go. Let's take a look at it. Do you think Ireland's skipping ahead in the make a country inhospitable to foreigners plan? Well, I don't know yet. I mean, we'll have to see what happens. Like, a couple of houses getting burned down doesn't really do anything. Like, I don't really care about that a lot. I mean, like, and it's also, like, it's just fire damage. Like, I don't really even massively support that either. I think that you have to do things legislatively, right? Because there's, like, millions of people that live in Ireland, right? So whenever you burn down 3 houses, is that really solving a problem? Of course it's not. So you need to look at how you can solve the problem on a larger scale. Have JD and call it the Impaler Act? I like the sound of that. Yeah, that's good. What is this?
Of politics that works for them. And we see it in all sorts of different places. We see it in the dozens of states where communities reject building.
I love how he closes it and he thinks that he's gonna like move away and not get triggered, but then he immediately opens it back up because he actually did get triggered.
Here to just get banned because I hate almost every single parasocial loser around here. And on that echo chamber of the Roach King, buddy. Look at the screen in front of you.
Yeah.
There is no parity between a random dude who never leaves his house and is just like fucking rehashing white supremacist comments that he reads on fucking...
It's white supremacy.
To, you know, what we are trying to do around these parts.
What, bring in a bunch of fucking terrorists into the country? No, yeah, that's, I mean, it's not really something to be proud of, right? I mean, like, oh yeah, what are we trying to do? We're trying to run defense for foreign Islamic terrorist organizations and allow infinite migration so we can have ethnic voting blocks. Yeah, I don't think so. Yeah, I don't know about that.
No one thinks you're 200 IQ big brain. For thinking that there is some kind of parity or moral equivalence between the two. Enlightened centrism might have worked in like 2016. It's 2026, it's been a decade.
Yeah.
Enlightened centrism got us Donald Trump twice.
Yeah.
Okay?
That's right.
Time to pick a side, buddy.
You can't be with us. And by the way, my mindset is that if you don't want to play the game, you don't have to play the game. This is the difference between people like me and Hassan, is that I accept that some people don't want to be part of any movement. They don't care about any sort of, you know, oh my God, this is some like, you know, we have to stop this. You have to have an opinion on all of these topics. These people want to force you into an opinion, right? And my best argument for like supporting a person like me and things that I believe is that I don't want to do that. My goal, I will never force you to be on my side. I will never guilt trip people into being on my side. I will never try to make these like moral things where like you have to agree with me, you have to be on my side. I will never do that. None of this moral blackmail. And the reason why is because I fundamentally respect the people that simply don't want to engage in this. Meanwhile, with these other people embody the principle of you might not care about politics, but politics cares about you. They're coming for you. And there's never going to be a place or a way that you can avoid their influence if you allow this. And so that's it. You're either with us or against us. Yes, they have a you're either with us or against us mentality. And they apply it to everything. And they attack people on all of these, on everything. Hassan insults and threatens everybody who isn't supporting him. Yes, exactly. Do you think there's a correlation between supporting Palestine and being pro-open borders? Well, I mean, obviously there's a correlation. Like, yeah, definitely. And so anyway, just like go to White House. And also, like, one of the reasons why I don't like doing this stuff is, like, I just simply don't like doing what Hassan does. This is like me saying that Hassan is a loser because he doesn't, he doesn't have a level 90 character in PoE 2. He's playing a game that I'm not interested in playing. I have no desire in playing the game that he's trying to play. So I don't know why he's constantly trying to, like, self-aggrandize himself and, make a big deal out of the fact that they have him as some speaker at, like, a democratic socialist event. Like, I don't care about any of that. Like, I mean, I've been invited to a lot of events. I've been invited to a lot of things. Like, people have wanted to have me come out and do that, and I have no interest in doing that. So it's very odd for him to look at that. Like, and also, like, I don't think that that's what my role is. I don't want that to be my role. I don't want to do that. So it's just that simple. He wants more money and recognition. Yeah, and I think that to an extent he does care primarily about how it messes with, like, his image, right? People seeing him in a certain way. That's why he's, like, mentioning and talking about how, oh, the Jumbotron didn't talk about the fact that I was at the NBA game, right? I mean, oh my God. Like, who does this? I mean, people do this that are, like, narcissists, right? Or, like, you know, self-involved in one way or another. Is any part because of concerns for your safety? No, not really. I mean, I've always had this stance. Like, even before Charlie Kirk or any of that other stuff. Like, I don't like doing IRL streams either. I just like sitting in my house and talking. That's really about it. And again, I you know, maybe I'd go on a podcast here or there, sure, right? But, like, in general of going out there and doing this is that it's just not something that I find any desire to do. And if I ever changed my mind, then maybe I would do it. But right now I haven't. So that's it. Role is unique in politics is better for everyone if you not to play games with Hassan's playing. Yeah, and also, like, and here's another component, is that Hassan playing, and this is another, you're right about this, is that Hassan is an extremist. And I would say that a lot of people would say that I am an extremist too. You know, the difference is that Hassan is a terrorist extremist, and I am an extremist for Western civilization. So, like, you know, he's bad and I'm good. It's really simple, actually. You know, he's supporting people that want to blow up and, you know, like, kill all the Jews, right? I don't want to kill all of the Jews. This is just like a difference between, you know, the people that he supports versus the people I support, for example, right? I think that's a bad thing to do. And so, anyway, you know, all that being said, and also, like, it's women, non-believers, etc., right? And sure. And so you're nothing like him, thank God. You're not an extremist. Well, I'm just saying, like, but people will think that I am, right? I'm not concerned with what people's opinion. Like, people look at the word extremist, and I think that there's a negative connotation to it. I don't mean it as a negative connotation. What I mean is that my viewpoints are outside of the Overton window of what's acceptable to be discussed in mainstream politics. What I'm saying, like, for example, executing these people, removing the age limit for the death penalty. Let me think before, like, like, just bombing Iran, like, bombing the shit out of Iran. Like, the kind of viewpoints that I have are just really not, they're not as socially acceptable. And you're a conceptual extremist, sounds old-fashioned extremist? Yeah, maybe, right? But anyway, my point is that the other people will always have to deal with Hassan's radical language and him saying that things like, you know, America deserved 9/11. Like, average people hear America deserved 9/11 and they don't care what the context is. They're going to say that that's really bad and this person doesn't represent us. The majority of Americans don't want to vote for somebody who supports Hamas, somebody who supports the Houthis, right? This is just simply not an American value. And inside of the Democratic Party, there are effectively two different groups of people. Well, there's multiple groups, but there are two main groups of people that are fighting each other. And one group of people are people like Hassan, who are the ethnic identitarians, religious identitarians, foreign war enjoyers, or not enjoyers, but like foreign war and foreign, involvement focused. Like, they don't care about what happens in America. They care about what happens in Palestine. And that's because they have, like, an ethnic or religious solidarity with those people, and they don't share that solidarity with the American people. If they did, they would be more than willing to put bygones away and vote for the lesser of two evils of Kamala Harris. And you can immediately see that. And that was the big reason why they didn't do that. And so foreign war profiteers. And so people will focus on groups. Yes, they literally hate America. Yeah, and these people actually do hate America. They do. And they hate what America stands for. They hate America's history. They hate everything about it. And so, and the only time that they'll be telling you that they like America is when they're trying to convince you so they can continue hating America and have you accept it. That's the only time they're only going to talk about how good America is when they're trying to subvert it or lie about it. So America's place to be conquered, well, its resources to be reallocated. I think that's a better way to look at it. But yeah, you're right. And so anyway, the difference, I think, that is that there's that party inside the Democratic Party, and then there's also your old school Joe Biden, Barack Obama liberals, right? They have, they're the ones with the coexist bumper stickers, the feel-good hippie liberals that, their opinion, yeah, dude, I'm gonna get an electric car because, I don't want to, fucking kill the environment, man. And it's these guys, yeah, dude, they need to pay the workers what they're worth. It's fucked up that these rich guys have all the money, we don't have any money. And at the end of the day, man, some of the things that they say are right. And we need those guys. They're Americans. They are. I think that some of the shit they think is stupid. Yeah, it's kind of silly. And maybe you're kind of wrong about it. But it's endearing in a way because at least they care about the country. And that's the difference, right? Old liberals just to be anti-big government? Well, I mean, that's gone back and forth a lot. So yes, do you know what the environmental damage of the electric car batteries cause? Well, that's the reason why I used it as an example. It's because electric cars have their own unique way that they affect the environment. But these people don't really know that. They just listen to whatever's being said. But yeah, Hassan cares a lot about being approved, and he inserts himself into political races and into the Democratic Party and into different, politics. And I think that in doing so, he actually damages those movements. I think he does, because he makes himself a very easy target that people that are his opposition can attack. Basically, instead of attacking the candidate, they can attack him by proxy because the candidate's supporting him or working with him or collaborating with him. And so he actually is a detriment in that way. It's a parasite? Yeah, basically like a parasite. That's right. It's the same thing he said about joining other people's streams, right? It's why does he want to be on other people's streams? Well, it's so he can, go and get other people to watch him. I think that's kind of a bad reason to do that, isn't it? If he was bad or interested, don't understand it? Yeah. He's a grant-sending tourist? Yeah, sure. And just in general, that's the way I see it. I don't understand why they come to America if they have such a dislike for it. It's very easy to understand this. So the reason why is because they want the stuff. They want free stuff. It's that simple. And notice that needs to go off. Amazing if people chanted free Palestine wherever people gather, especially sporting events, would send a powerful message to our governments and the people who support freedom. Oh my God. This is the only thing that they care about, man. This is it. And to show support, not just Palestinians who have suffered so much. Yeah, it's all about this bullshit, man. And it's an invasion. Yeah, they're coming here for the free stuff, man. And it's really just that simple. And anyway, so I'll go back and show this. So apparently, Restore Britain had one of its first bigger rallies, and a lot of people apparently showed up. Take a look at this. Man, for less than a year, this is pretty good. I'd say it's good. It is really good. Yep, it's amazing. There's got to be a lot more people, though. You got to have a lot, way, way, way more people. This is a good start, but it's got to be a lot more. And 4 months. Yep, 4 months. And, again, it's going to take a lot more time. Rupert Lowe handing out badges to Restore Britain supporters. Who's going to get these guys? Uh-oh. Check these folks. All right. Go right down the line, yeah. Man, how about that? Yeah, that's 5 months. This is just for canvassing, not a rally. Oh, it's just for canvassing. Holy shit, I didn't even know that. Wow. Okay, yeah, I thought it was something else. But, yeah, let me go back. I'll see if there's any more of these. So this is just for canvassing for Restore Britain. Man, it's a lot of people. It's a whole lot of people. Yep, it's absolutely unstable. I mean, it's great. Yeah, I'm very happy to see this many people doing it, but it's got to be a lot more. And the left complaining about reform, just wait till they hear about Restore. Yeah, I know. And he's a fraud. Look at his old tweets. Well, I don't care about that. I mean, he's saying the things that I want him to say, and he's the closest thing that we have to the change that I would want to see. So I'd be happy. It's really just that simple. I'm not interested in your purity testing. And so, anyway, let me go and find a few more of these here, too, because there's been a lot more of these people doing this. And apparently Liverpool, there's even more riots too, because there was another attempted decapitation, right? Not trying to be racist, but notice that they're all white. We want our countries back. Yeah, I think that overwhelmingly Restore Britain is going to be white because it's definitely, it's a bring the country back to pre-migration periods. So yeah, obviously it's going to be mostly white people that think that. Duh. Damn. That's a whole ass lot of people. God damn. How did this even start happening across the world? I think people started waking up and paying attention to what's been going on, right? And because of that, I think it just made them mad, and they've been, more open and discussing of this stuff just since then. And I feel like that's the actual reason why. It's nothing else that's even more complicated than that. It's going to escalate? Well, I mean, like, you would hope so, right? I mean, obviously you would hope so. But, again, like, it'll take time. It'll take a long time for something like that to happen out in the streets. I mean, you need, by the way, I want to tell anybody who's, like, optimistic, you need to have way, way, way more people than this. You do. Like, this is a great start, and it's amazing that you have these people out there that are protesting, but you need, like, 20 or 100 times this many people in order to, like, really make the change that you're looking for. So if they're doing canvassing and everything, I think that's going to really help. One more thing about the planet. I don't want to hear about your opinion on climate change, okay? Like, I know a lot of people want to go and give their 2 cents and their take about, this is what I think about climate change. I'm not too interested in it. I get it, guys. I understand it, but it's not a big thing for me, okay? Brother, chill. Yeah, exactly. Just chill. You need to cascade until change happens. Can't stop and wait. Yeah, I think that's generally true. You're right about that. And let me go and find this. Oh, here we go. This is when I'm not in Harlow. This is Harrow, London.
I was going to do.
What were you going to do then? Is your camera? What were you going to do?
What I was going to do. This person, I mean, man, no, it's off. What do you mean? Don't butt in my business.
Listen, you know what you're doing, Alex. You know what you're doing.
Don't call me Akfam.
You know what you're doing.
You're trying to mess with my money.
I'm not messing with your
I'm
money.
going to show you something right now. Come to the alleyway right now. We're going to show you what time it is. We're going to show you what time it is, bro. You're going to make sure you can't work no more and earn no money because you're trying to butt in with our money. And, bro, do you know what I do to people like that? Come here now. Come, let's go.
Why would I come there? Why would I come there?
Fuck out and whip your teeth out. You know that. If I give you one fuck, you'll not pull your teeth out. We've got people.
I don't know why you're getting aggressive.
I'm across the road now because you're trying to mess with our money, bro.
I'm not trying to mess
I'm going
with
to show you what time it is. Come now.
Do your thing.
If I call a police officer for you, he'll fuck you up, you know.
Why would a police officer fuck you up?
Because we work with them and you didn't know that, did you? So come
did know
across the
that,
road now
though.
because I'm going to show you what time it is.
Alright,
Come
cool.
across the road.
So can I
That's crazy. How about that? Yep, there it is. I dropped them already. I mean, again, fuck these turds. Yeah, it's just like Australia. Yeah. And self-snitching, I know, good advertisement for Restore. I don't see how people can look at this and not realize that something needs to be done, right? And I don't think you saw this. Let me take a look at it. I don't know what this is. Let me find it. UK immigrants attack police officers and group. What is this? Well. Yep. Wow. Well, how about that? It's not a cop? What is this here? Is it not a cop? Well, who is this person? Yeah, that's not a cop? Oh, so they just, okay, so they just beat the shit out of a random guy then. Okay. All right, well, does that make it better or worse? I don't really know. So, okay, I guess so. It's a council traffic warden. He had a ticket machine. A council traffic warden with a ticket machine. Is that the ticket machine right there? Oh, okay, that's, all right, wow. And, holy shit. Yeah, I guess so. This is why we love the Second Amendment. Yeah, traffic cop gone wrong. Oh my God, I feel no sympathy, will shed no tears for two-tier police obituaries. Yeah, and oh my fucking God, that is brutal. It's a 21-year-old traffic warden being savagely assaulted. The custodial sentence given to the filth was only 9 months. Wait a minute. So this is the guy. Just a random, everyday, average chud. Just your everyday chud, and he gets the shit kicked out of him by this guy, and he only gets put in jail for 9 months. Oh, man. Oh, man. How about that? I'm gonna deport his ass? I wouldn't deport him. I would not deport him. It's very annoying, isn't it? And not a chud, he has purple hair. There's plenty of people that are purple. He's a guy, though. He looks like a chud. And he'd be dead without the helmet? Yeah, he would be. He would. And civilized guys, much classier and civilized than us thinking Americans, right? Well, these people aren't British, right? They're foreign invaders. And so it's important to keep that in mind. They're not, like this guy, I mean, he's just a random guy. He's trying to help and do whatever he can. Spencer Pratt, in my opinion, I think that the election was rigged against Spencer Pratt. I do. I think it was rigged. I think that this is Nithya Raman getting all of the votes, more votes than Karen Bass by like a 3 or 2 to 1 ratio at late voting. No, it's bullshit, man. Total bullshit. It's total. Yeah, I mean, it's rigged, it's stolen. Yeah. Especially like right after, I mean, like you have a election fraud that's already been discovered in California with them paying homeless people to register. And then on top of that, you have all the hospice fraud. Like, are we really supposed to expect that nothing else bad is happening? I mean, come on, give me a break. Okay, let's fix LA.
Now that the campaign portion of my mission to save Los Angeles is coming to a close, and I'm moving on to the next, more interesting phase, listen, I've spent a lot of time slaying everybody. I've ridiculed everyone on the roster, and I just want to say from the bottom of my heart, I'd like to take the chance to apologize to absolutely nobody. You can get rid of me that easily? I know a lot of dim-witted jerks thought I was in this for a grip, that I was going to roll up and leave town if I didn't get into City Hall.
It's just not fair.
Big morons.
Oh, man. I like this guy.
I didn't get in this for political power. I got in this to expose this corrupt machine, and nothing's changed. You enjoy your...
I do have to say that this is, he said, what was your favorite politician? Jesus Christ. All right, bro, like, let's see it.
Worthless meetings in City Hall.
You have all this information. You're running for mayor. Show what you're really about, or get the fuck out of the race.
I want to line you up every single...
Bro, he just showed that shit. We need to bring professionalism into politics, though? I disagree. I want them using... I want to be talked to like a normal person. I don't want to deal with robots.
And now I don't have to worry about offending CNN viewers. I don't have a campaign laws hamstringing me now. It's war. It's 0 hour for Los Angeles. Angelinos are now stuck with 2 morons responsible for all their problems, and they have to choose between Dumb and Dumber.
I'm so glad that we're getting the new stock of politicians. This is nuts, bro. Like, this, I've been waiting on this for a while.
That's not a choice. That's the machine protecting the machine. And now every problem that plagues Los Angeles because of these two corrupt communists is going to accelerate. And the city will tumble headlong into the abyss. You have no idea how many major developers, hoteliers, business owners, entrepreneurs have been texting me saying they're packing up and leaving town. More of your favorite restaurants will be...
Yep. He's right. A lot of... The thing is that, like, I can't obviously share anything or name any names, but I obviously have a lot of friends in California. I know a lot of people in California. A lot of people really support, a lot of, high up important people really supported Spencer Pratt. They did. And, man.
Shuttering, that means less tax revenue. That means the city has to cut services, more potholes, less firefighters, less police patrols, more criminals, more drug addicts terrorizing your communities. And we haven't ended it. You have no idea how bad things are about to get for this city. Look at this place already. Weeds growing from every crack and crevice, graffiti over every square inch of public space, garbage, drugs,
It's just a shit. It's just a shithole, bro. Like this is Somalia. This isn't LA. This is Somalia.
Downtowns, abandoned storefronts. This city is a mess, and you're about to reward the arsonist who torched a place with 4 more years of destruction? I know he's very better. My goal hasn't changed. I've been laser focused on stopping these commie animals, and I will stop them. If you think
No way. I've been laser focused on stopping these commie animals, and now we have the church. Bro.
who torched a place with 4 more years of destruction? I know he's very bitter. My goal hasn't changed. I've been laser focused on stopping these commie animals, and I will stop them. If you think we uncovered a lot of fraud and evil in the campaign, just wait. We have some recordings of one of your exalted candidates doing and saying something that would make her resign in shame. I was saving it for the general election. Go ahead and pick your demon, certify your choice, and then you get to see it. So Karen Nithya, ask yourself, is it possible that one of your employees may have a recording of you doing or saying something that would force you to resign in disgrace? Hope you sleep well at night over the next 5 months, because you know who hasn't slept well at all for the last 17 months? My mom. All my neighbors in the Palisades, all the moms who worry about their kids walking past drug addicts in front of their schools, all the business owners getting crushed in the LA economy, worried that they can't stay in business.
If he keeps going this path, I really think that it's not a matter of if he's going to win, it's a matter of when. Like, this is nuts, bro.
And pay their kids. Angelinos have been struggling for years now, all while corrupt politicians and fraudulent NGOs profit off the misery and fleece us for the tax dollars. Well, now we're flipping the script. I want all of you awake at night sweating and worried about 5 a.m. FBI blazers busting the door, breaking open your office, because I assure you, they're coming. You think your election was going to stop me? If you want to stop me, you're going to fucking kill.
Huh?
Well, I guess I can say this now. There was a chance I was going to be able to do an interview with Spencer Pratt, but I actually declined it because I thought that my complexity and my controversy would complicate his candidacy. And I chose not to do it for that reason. I didn't want to entangle him into any of my previous controversies. Now that that's over, we'll have to see what happens. I don't know. Yeah. Now it's over. Yeah, exactly. Not anymore. Yeah, not anymore. That's crazy. Fumble? It's not a fumble. It was a strategic decision that I made that I thought was in his best interest because I wanted him to win. There's a lot of crazy shit that I've said. And introducing a random element like that like could be problematic. Yeah, it could make him look bad. Like I didn't know what would happen. It was realistically, like, how many of my viewers are in California? How much would that really move things? Not a whole lot. And so I made a logical, reasonable decision. I said that let's wait and not do that, right? And so I always, again, this is the difference between me and other people, right? Is that I always look at how can I achieve my goals? I never think about myself. I never think about what's in my best interest. I never think about what I want. I only think about how can I achieve this goal in the most, successful way possible. That's it. That's the only thing that I think about. So Asman vague max? I'm not vague maxing. I was vague maxing, and now the vagueness is gone. I feel like I just gave you guys. I baited something for a while. People were mad. I just explained it, and now I'm vague max. Suck my fucking dick. Fuck that. I literally am explaining it. I explained it. That's the way it is. So yes. And anyway, Drew Bad is just going to continue cheating out there in the election. Doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. Like, eventually you get to Saving LA Phase 2. Holy hell, turn this man to a national movement. This is good. Don't give up. Patriot and hero of Western civilization. Amazing, bro. Like, this is nuts. And honestly, this video out there against the mainstream media, all the people that have gone out there against the mainstream media and said, you're going to call us racist, you're going to call us potential Timothy McVeighs, fuck you. Yeah, let me see here. Tony Robinson was arrested at the airport? Yeah. Uh-oh. Oh, here we go.
Have you nothing to say today? Have you absolutely nothing to say to the citizens today? Elon Musk says that you're utterly incompetent. Are you considering your position?
How does anybody vote for this fucking retard? Really? I don't even know what to say. Oh my god, getting 40% out of a 6 out of 6 ballot dump is statistically impossible. Yeah, I mean, it's just fucking embarrassing, man. It's 0 hour for LA. And I think that people need to understand that this is a much bigger problem than people need to. That people don't respect how big of a problem this is. They don't. And I'm glad that we have people like Spencer Pratt that are now, making themselves known and that are effective in talking about this stuff. This is really good. People vote for this and never get in contact with the zombies in the gated communities. Again, like I told you my strategy and my viewpoint with this stuff, right? It's a multi-point plan that you have to work through every step of the plan in order to achieve your goal. It's not something that happens overnight. It's something that happens over time. And so it's going to be over years, right? That's it. To be honest, most people in Cali are just happy, are just happy to be there. They don't give a fuck. I think a lot of people give a fuck. I think they do. Spencer is the moderate version of how these crimes should be dealt with. I agree. Did you see the videos of Spencer Pratt voters getting rejection letters? Listen, I think that it's a complete... I think that these people are complete fraudulent foreigners. They are fraudulent foreigners, and they need to be sent back. We need to deport minimum 50 million people. That's what I think. That's my opinion. So, you ask me, what do I, where's that? Yeah, that's what I would do. And that's a good start. Yeah, I call that's the bottom line, right? It could go higher than that. It definitely could. Yeah, I'm one of them. We need to make Cali great again. Yeah, of course, man. Should we have national elections for every major mayoral, governor, or presidential race? No, I think that the people of LA should vote for their people there, right? And so that's it. Finally, yes, finally, we are going to watch it. So, the series with Reckless Ben has obviously seemingly come to...
That Reckless Ben's all got this on this.
You see how... So oh, wait a minute. Oh, yeah. BBC cancels Doctor Who off the air until 2031 because no producer wants it. The BBC potentially struggling to find anyone willing to take over one of its most famous properties. Well, what happened with Doctor Who?
Well, what happened is that we already called this out 2 years ago. So let's give it a bit of context, and then I'll show Asman the disaster that's been the latest 2 seasons.
Metro UK deleted their Twitter account after backlash to their Doctor Who article. Metro put out this article with the racist headline, "Sorry, straight white men, Doctor Who was never made for you."
Halt! Before people try to cancel Asman again for talking about something he has no idea about, Doctor Who, created in 1963, holds the record as the longest-running series in television history. It follows the adventures of the Doctor, a time-traveling alien. What sets the show apart is the Doctor's ability to regenerate into a new form when near death, resulting in 15 actors portraying the role since its inception. Even though the show always had some goofy special effects, what made Doctor Who great was that the show had soul. It wasn't just about looks. It was about good stories, big ideas, and interesting sci-fi adventures. And then the first female Doctor was announced, after 12 male Doctors, and the show saw its biggest decline ever. Now, you would hope that the show, at its lowest point ever, would go back to what made it great. Nope, they sold the show rights to Disney.
Yes, to me. I promise I can help him get home and then you'll never see me again.
You're assuming he as a pronoun?
Yes, we know. We know everything.
And you know nothing. So you're not a woman anymore.
Something a male-presenting Time Lord will never understand.
And this, ladies and gentlemen, is how you destroy one of the most successful sci-fi series in history.
So that happened 2 years ago.
Reduced to the most vandalized, subverted, and perverted of them all, Doctor Who. And what puts Doctor Who below the rest? Well, unlike the others, the brain trust at the BBC decided to retcon the entire history of the show,
The BBC.
replacing the first Doctor, played by the legendary William Hartnell, with a little black girl.
I gotta use the bathroom.
Actor James Monsoon from season 14 said, "Who gives a f*** what bigots think? For every transphobic, racist, bigoted Doctor Who fan that we lose this season, there are going to be 3 to 5 new fans who are coming in for the representation."
Get away from him. Them. What? I'm them. You're who? Nice to see you again, kiddo. You know each other.
That's my daddy.
The average person at Walmart thinks things about that person that I can't repeat. The average person in China thinks things about that person that might even get them banned on Twitter.
Which admittedly is better than what the show's star said, Shurigawa. Don't watch, turn off the TV, go out, touch grass.
Apparently,
follow up a season with the worst ratings in the show's history with a season with the worst ratings in the show's history. You showed them conservatives now.
Well, the thing that amazes me about all of this is that the BBC actually expected anything different. I mean, how completely fucking out of touch do you have to be to think that you could spend years belittling, insulting, and lecturing the very people who watch your show and expect them to keep coming back for more?
He was depicted as a wheelchair user with a disfigured face.
Along with the Daleks, Davros is the most iconic Doctor Who villain, with his first appearance in 1975.
But on set today, Davros is looking quite different.
And there's a problem with the Davros of old in that he's a wheelchair user who is evil. I have problems with that, and a lot of us on the production team have got problems with that, of associating disability with evil. So we made the choice to bring back Davros, and without the wheelchair or his support unit, which functions as a wheelchair, I think it was absolutely vital to do this, and I'm very, very, very proud of the fact that we have.
Are you kidding me? This is what these people do. Doctor Who boss Russell Davies warns audiences that X is a hate site for fandoms. I'm so tired of activists. People are awful. They're parasites. They will drive this shit into the ground. They have infinite money and support. They don't have infinite money. And how do you know that? It's because the show's getting canceled. Their entire ideology is dying. And in every single instance where we win, we're able to delegitimize and destroy these people's careers. It becomes more powerful, more inevitable, and more effective.
Fuck 'em.
Well, diddly dandy there, chums. Tis I, Captain Steves. Today.
And then I can hold more of them, and then they get more devotion when they're worshipping. Okay. So it's like they're buying their own upgrades, man. I'm not gonna lie, I've tried to record a horror game one time.
Would like share this game with them.
$3.69 a gallon, right there. Pretty good.
Hi, I'm here to buy the Dragon Crest shield.
Oh, very nice. That'll be 3,000 gold.
Oh, wow. Oh, damn it, I don't have quite enough gold. I suppose I can sell some loot to make up the difference?
Well, I mean, you're at the right place. I'm sure I can give you a budget bargain.
Okay, great. How much for this?
Oh, very nice. Schmagerian steel. I could give you 20 gold for that.
Ooh, only 20 gold. That's a bit on the low side. Yeah, okay. This?
Probably give you 10 gold for that.
Only 10. I do really need that shield. Fine. This?
15 gold.
This?
20 gold.
That?
8 gold.
Fine.
3 gold. 12 gold. 7 gold. 9 gold. 18 gold.
This?
Oh, 30 gold.
Oh, wait, was that the Sword of Valadrin?
The legendary Sword of Valadrin. Very nice.
Whoopsie. Didn't mean to sell that. That's definitely my best weapon, so I'll buy that one back.
Not a problem, that'll be 3,000 gold.
Huh?
3,000 gold.
No, you mean 30 gold.
No, 3,000 gold.
No, I just sold that to you moments ago for 30 gold.
Yes, but it is worth 3,000 gold.
I see. There's been a miscommunication here. Because I didn't mean to sell you that one. That was accidental. It was like a misclick, so I'll just buy that.
But all transactions are final. Sorry. Like the sign says.
Okay, this is outrageous. I literally just sold it to you. And what, now you're going to charge me 100 times as much to buy it back?
It is company policy. It's kind of,
What company? What are you talking about?
Unfortunately, all transactions are final.
Oh, that's the same price as the shield, which is what I came here to buy in the first place. And I really need that shield. But I need the sword more. I need it to hit things. I'm going to have to buy it back. Oh, there it is. 3,000 gold. This was definitely worth it. I'm glad I came here and did this. This is great. Okay, I'm gonna go do some quests and save up some more gold. I don't care. Video games. Oh my god.
Have a good day. Thank you, adventurer.
Hi, I'm here to buy the Dragon Crest shield.
Oh, very nice. That'll be 3,000 gold.
Oh, wow. Oh, damn it. I don't have quite enough gold. I suppose I can sell some loot to make up the difference?
Well, I mean, you're at the right place. I'm sure I can give you a budget bargain.
Okay, great. How much for this?
Oh, very nice. Schmagerian steel. I could give you 20 gold for that.
Ooh, only 20 gold. That's a bit on the low side. Yeah, okay. This?
Probably give you 10 gold for that.
Only 10. I do really need that shield. Fine. This?
15 gold.
This?
20 gold.
That?
8 gold.
Fine.
3 gold. 12 gold. 7 gold. 9 gold. 18 gold.
This?
Oh, 30 gold.
Oh, wait, was that the Sword of Valadrin?
The legendary Sword of Valadrin. Very nice.
Whoopsie. Didn't mean to sell that. That's definitely my best weapon, so I'll buy that one back.
Not a problem, that'll be 3,000 gold.
Huh?
3,000 gold.
No, you mean 30 gold.
No, 3,000 gold.
No. No, I just sold that to you moments ago for 30 gold.
Yes, but it is worth 3,000 gold.
I see. There's been a miscommunication here. Because I didn't mean to sell you that one. That was accidental. It was like a misclick, so I'll just buy that.
But all transactions are final. Sorry, like the sign says.
Okay, this is outrageous. I literally just sold it to you. And what, now you're going to charge me 100 times as much to buy it back?
It is company policy. It's kind of, you know.
What company? What are you talking about?
Unfortunately, all transactions are final.
Oh, that's the same price as the shield, which is what I came here to buy in the first place. And I really need that shield. But I need the sword more. I need it to hit things. I'm going to have to buy it back. Oh, there it is. 3,000 gold. This was definitely worth it. I'm glad I came here and did this. This is great. Okay, I'm gonna go do some quests. Save up some more gold. I don't care. Video games. Oh my god. Have a good day, drinking adventurer. Hi, I'm here to buy the Dragon Crest shield.
Oh, very nice. That'll be 3,000 gold.
Oh, wow. Oh, damn it. I don't have quite enough gold. I suppose I can sell some loot to make up the difference?
Well, I mean, you're at the right place. I'm sure I can give you a budget bargain.
Okay, great. How much for this?
Oh, very nice. Schmagarian steel. I can give you 20 gold for that.
Ooh, only 20 gold. That's a bit on the low side. Yep, okay. This?
Probably give you 10 gold for that.
Only 10. I do really need that shield. Fine. This?
15 gold.
This?
20 gold.
That?
8 gold.
Fine.
3 gold. 12 gold. 7 gold. 9 gold. 18 gold.
This?
Oh, 30 gold.
Oh, wait, was that the Sword of Valadrin?
The legendary Sword of Valadrin. Very nice.
Whoopsie. Didn't mean to sell that. That's definitely my best weapon, so I'll buy that one back.
Not a problem, that'll be 3,000 gold.
Huh?
3,000 gold.
No, you mean 30 gold.
No, 3,000 gold.
No, I just sold that to you moments ago for 30 gold.
Yes, but it is worth 3,000 gold.
I see. There's been a miscommunication here. Because I didn't mean to sell you that one. That was accidental. It was like a misclick, so I'll just buy that.
But all transactions are final. Sorry, like the sign says.
Okay, this is outrageous. I literally just sold it to you. And what, now you're going to charge me 100 times as much to buy it back?
It is company policy. It's kind of, you know.
What company? What are you talking about?
Unfortunately, all transactions are final.
Oh, that's the same price as the shield, which is what I came here to buy in the first place. And I really need that shield. But I need the sword more. I need it to hit things. I'm going to have to buy it back. There it is. 3,000 gold. This was definitely worth it. I'm glad I came here and did this. This is great. Okay, I'm going to go do some quests. Save up some more gold. I don't care. Video games. Oh, my God. Have a good day, drinking adventurer. Hi, I'm here to buy the Dragon Crest shield.
Oh, very nice. That'll be 3,000 gold.
Oh, wow. Oh, damn it. I don't have quite enough gold. I suppose I can sell some loot to make up the difference?
Well, I mean, you're at the right place. I'm sure I can give you a budget bargain.
Okay, great. How much for this?
Oh, very nice. Schmagarian steel. I can give you 20 gold for that.
Ooh, only 20 gold. That's a bit on the low side. Yep, okay. This?
Probably give you 10 gold for that.
Only 10. I do really need that shield. Fine. This?
15 gold.
This?
20 gold.
That?
8 gold.
Fine.
3 gold. 12 gold. 7 gold. 9 gold. 18 gold.
This?
Oh, 30 gold.
Oh, wait, was that the Sword of Valadrin?
The legendary Sword of Valadrin. Very nice.
Whoopsie. Didn't mean to sell that. That's definitely my best weapon, so I'll buy that one back.
Not a problem, that'll be 3,000 gold.
Huh?
3,000 gold.
No, you mean 30 gold.
No, 3,000 gold.
No, I just sold that to you moments ago for 30 gold.
Yes, but it is worth 3,000 gold.
I see. There's been a miscommunication here.
Because I didn't mean to sell you them. That was accidental. It was like a misclick, so I'll just buy that.
But all transactions are final. Sorry, like the sign says.
Okay, this is outrageous. I literally just sold it to you. And what, now you're going to charge me 100 times as much to buy it back?
It is company policy. It's kind of, you know.
What company? What are you talking about?
Unfortunately, all transactions are final.
Oh, that's the same price as the shield, which is what I came here to buy in the first place. And I really need that shield. But I need the sword more. I need it to hit things. I'm gonna have to buy it back. There it is. 3,000 gold. This was definitely worth it. I'm glad I came here and did this. This is great. Okay, I'm gonna go do some quests. Save up some more gold. I don't care. Video games. Oh my god.
Have a good day. Thank you, adventurer.
Hi, I'm here to buy the Dragon Crest shield.
Oh, very nice. That'll be 3,000 gold.
Oh, wow. Oh, damn it. I don't have quite enough gold. I suppose I can sell some loot to make up the difference?
Well, I mean, you're at the right place. I'm sure I can give you a budget bargain.
Okay, great. How much?
Were you already a mountain biker? Like, was that kind of your thing?
That was my thing. Mountain biking was my life.
Okay, take me through the day. What was it like for you? Just waking up, your normal day? Were you with other people?
So that day, I remember going to work at the gym. And typically, I would work early morning. I'd have clients starting at 6 a.m. And a lot of times, I would have this kind of dead time in between my morning clients and my evening clients. And oftentimes I would go mountain biking in the middle and go home, shower, and then go back to work in the evening, just because that was how my schedule kind of worked out. So that day, I remember working in the morning. I went to run by the grocery store and grab some things, but I was kind of running late to get to my ride that I had planned. So I ran in the door, put away the refrigerated items, left the dry goods on the counter, and then hopped on my bike because I was trying to ride to the trail because it was close by. Because I was running late, I ended up driving there. I was going to meet my friend Debbie. There were some other women in the mountain bike group where Debbie and I met. The mountain bike group is called Trail Angels, and they were going to be riding. But because I had very limited time, I told Debbie that we were just going to do the loop quickly on our own. So this particular park is within like quick driving distance from my house. It's called Whiting Ranch Wilderness Park. To do the main loop would take me 45 minutes if I'm, not stopping at all. So that was kind of the plan.
Is this a loop that you've done frequently?
Many, many times. Oh, wow. This is like my home territory, so to speak. It was just after the holidays, so this is January, early January. So the weather was cool. I had just gotten back into town from visiting my family in Minnesota for Christmas. So I had been off my bike a little bit. So I just wanted to kind of do a quick loop to get the legs going again. So, it was, I was expecting to be back home pretty soon.
Oh my gosh. So you're on your bike.
So I met Debbie in the parking lot. And because of the weather, I had a short sleeve jersey, but I had arm warmers, which are just like a section of a sleeve so that you can take them on and off, And I remember taking those off because the weather was actually pretty nice. But we were trying to race the sun. It was late afternoon. And we knew we could get that loop done, though, before the sun went down. So that was kind of our goal. As we started out, I remember specifically passing a group of, it was a couple moms with a bunch of little kids hiking. And I remember passing them on the way in, and then we got to a climb.
Oh my gosh, little kids out there like that. Oh
yeah,
my gosh, yeah. It's normal, but in your situation, thinking of little kids out there.
Yeah,
like that,
exactly. Thinking back, I'm like, wow. I mean, honestly, I'd rather it be me than any of those little ones. But this wilderness area backs up to like a strip mall grocery store. There's houses around it. It's pretty expansive though, but it's part of what I love about mountain biking and hiking is that you're in this, suburban area, and in a matter of minutes, you feel like you're in the wilderness. And you are technically, but it's very accessible. But that's what I love about the sport is that you can kind of get away from the hustle and bustle of your daily life and fast pace of Orange County and be able to get out into the wilderness. So it's part of what I love about it, that it is so accessible. We did a climb up to what's called Four Corners. So that it's a climb called Mustard. It's a fire road. Up at the top of Four Corners is where most people kind of regroup and meet up with their friends if we're a different pace or whatever. So I stopped there and was waiting for my friend Debbie. And I saw another friend, her name's Heather, there at Four Corners. She was going to ride with us originally, but decided that she was going to take a shortcut home. Her son, I guess, had called her several times asking, Mom, where are you? Where are you? So she just felt this real urge to go home instead of ride down the single track with us. So as I'm waiting for Debbie, I noticed there's a couple different groups of mountain bikers, all men, maybe like 8 to 10 riders, all kind of hanging out up there. And Debbie got up there. We chatted for a couple minutes. And the trail we were going to go down is called Cactus. And it's probably the most popular downhill trail. So I said to Debbie, I saw 2 guys take off down the trail. I knew most of these guys are going to go down the trail. I don't really like having to, if you're getting held up by people. So I'd rather go before the big mob of people go. And I said to Debbie that I was going to see if I could catch the 2 guys by the bottom of the single track. Like I said, this is our home turf. I know the trail really well. So I kind of, not that I'm competing with them. It's more that I would use other people to
pace
grab it. Yeah, exactly. Like just as a goal, has nothing to do with them. I went down Cactus and Debbie followed me. A couple turns in, there's kind of this blind corner.
How far is she behind you?
Not far at all. In the beginning, she could see me. But because of the fact that it twists and turns, there's definitely parts where I'm going to be out of sight. So we're very evenly matched, which is why I like riding with her. A lot of the ladies like to stop and talk and chit chat while they ride. I'm not that way. Like I'll talk in the parking lot when we start. I'll talk in the parking lot when we're done. That's about it. And Debbie is the same way. Like we're there to ride. We're not there to.
It's go time.
Yeah, exactly.
Why are we even here? Let's.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. I mean, I've ridden with people where I remember riding with this new girl, and she was stopping to pick flowers and like show me. I'm like, okay. we're not on this. Like our goals were not the same. So yeah, I ended up not riding with her again. So I really like riding with Debbie because we were very similar in that way. So as I am coming down the trail, I come around a blind corner, and I'm shocked to see this guy basically standing right in the middle of the trail. At that point, the trail is 12 to 18 inches wide. There's really not much room. So to be stopped in a blind corner, is dangerous with the pace that people are coming down that trail. And so I was really surprised to see him there. So I grabbed the brakes, tried to slow down so I wouldn't hit him. And I said, is everything okay? And he said, I found this abandoned bike. And I noticed he's straddling a bike. And then there's another bike next to him propped up upright against the bushes.
Okay.
Yeah, so it kind of threw me off. I honestly thought this is one of the 2 guys who just left from Four Corners. Four Corners is very exposed, kind of like tabletop area where you have trails going down from all directions and one side goes up. So what I thought is that this is one of those 2 guys and his buddy is pulled over to go to the bathroom. Like it would be kind of a weird place to stop, but
he tells you it's an abandoned bike.
Yeah, so I thought he was just joking around.
Yeah,
I really didn't take it seriously. And of course, hindsight's 20/20. Looking back, I'm like, dang, I should have stopped, But at the time, it just didn't compute that this guy's serious, that he just found this bike, And so I braked to slow down. He says this to me, and then I kept rolling because I really thought he was kidding. I think that too. And I'm not trying to make excuses. If I could go back and redo that, I would have stopped for sure. And it has nothing to do with the fact that, as you'll hear later in the story, that may have saved me.
Okay.
Right?
Wow.
It has nothing to do with that. Yes, I regret not stopping, but just the context of it as a woman in mountain biking, 31 years old, whatever. It's a very male-dominated sport. You don't see that many girls out there. Women, and oftentimes you'll have guys where they're trying to make conversation with you, just because they want to meet a girl who rides,
Sure.
honestly.
Okay.
And to be frank, I mean, my husband was one of those people that we met mountain biking. He's like, whoa, I want a girl who rides. So that's part of it. I get it. But that was kind of what I thought is going on. He's making a joke, trying to engage with me. I don't really want to engage with him, so I kept going, you know?
So you're thinking potentially that the bike being down could have been a tactic to pick up a lady?
Well, no, I thought that they had stopped, that his friend was going to go to the bathroom. Because at Four Corners, there's no place you can really go to the bathroom.
All right.
So I thought that's what was going on. That, like, I'm just trying to put two and two together.
And you're so focused on the ride, you're just like, all right, let's go.
Yeah. I don't have time for this. So I continued. Debbie was right behind me and saw me interact and then keep going. So she also kept going. I can't remember if she had exchanged any words with him or not, but she just assumed everything's good and kept riding as well. So we picked up speed again, and it's very narrow, kind of roller coaster, like single track. I came around a little corner. There's a berm. There's some bushes. It's like a berm maybe this high and some thick bushes. And then on the left is a ravine that goes downward. So you're kind of on this trail like this. I came around the corner and I remember seeing a flash of movement over my right shoulder. And my first thought was that it was a deer, because that has happened to me before on a narrow single track with high bushes. A deer came out right in front of me and jumped across the trail and almost hit me. I mean, you would have been seriously injured, obviously, in that case, but that was my first thought because I saw movement and I saw a reddish brown fur. Then I felt the impact. Basically, the cat had been maybe 5 feet away from me when it pounced, and it basically grabbed onto my back, like my shoulders, and immediately tried to bite down on the back of my neck. So as this is happening, I liken it, I've never been hit by a car, but that's what I would have like. Like the impact of it was by far the worst part of it. It wasn't the claws, it was the impact, because the impact was incredibly powerful to where I was slammed to the ground, like chest down. And obviously the wind is knocked out of me, right? But as soon as I felt that something has a hold of me, obviously not a deer, right? So I knew right away the only thing that could do this is mountain lion. I'd never seen one in the wild.
Really?
Nope, never. My husband has seen a few, but no. And this area is known to have a lot of mule deer, which is their preferred prey. And so we knew they were there. There had been, here and there we'd have reported sightings. Like every few years, whatever, you have a reported sighting at a park, they put up a little paper sign. But there's signs at the entrance of every park that said warning mountain lion country. And you're like, oh yeah. At that point, before this happened, I would have thought, oh, that'd be cool. That's kind of my mindset on it, because I never really thought of them as a real risk to humans, because you're always told they're elusive, they don't want to be seen. It just never would have occurred to me that this could happen. I've learned a lot about mountain lions since, and now, but I'll talk about that later. But before this, I never would have been worried about mountain biking. I did tend to always ride with people, though. So, there's some awareness that, okay, it'd be good to go with someone else, be good to have a cell phone, stuff like that. Yeah, at the time, my husband rode solo all the time, deep into wilderness hours, and I never would have thought anything of that either. So that impact where I hit the ground and realized it was a mountain lion, I noticed that the cat seemed to be trying to move around my neck. Like it was originally on the back of my neck, clamped down, and he would let go and readjust, working his way around. So during this, I'm alert and awake and I'm screaming. Debbie came down the trail behind me. At the time that the cat jumped on me, I was not within sight. She was very close by, but she said the screams were not like anything she'd ever heard, not like a normal scream, so she knew something was wrong. The cat basically went from the back of my neck to the side, like kind of moved around, ended up on the side of my face. So one fang went in at the bridge of my nose, one fang in my upper lip, and then the other two fangs here. And as he closed down, I liken it to a hot knife through butter. It was so easy when he did that it literally took this whole cheek off in one flap. Like he just went, and I could just feel it like peel away, which was, just you can imagine the power in their bite. But I'm understanding he's making his way around. Right?
How aware are you?
I'm very aware of what's happening. Because when he was on the back of my neck, my first instinct, I didn't really know much about mountain lions, but I think of you hear people getting attacked by sharks and punching them in the nose. So that's what I tried to do, is I tried to punch over my shoulder to try to hit it in the face. I could feel myself making contact, but it was having zero effect. Yeah. And obviously I'm screaming. But what happened is as he's moving around, I didn't realize this part of it. He would readjust, drag me. So he pounced on me on the trail, immediately started taking me down into the ravine. So as Debbie got there, he was already dragging me by my head down into the ravine, like through the cactus, through the scrub oak. And so she, first of all, got off her bike.
What was the time frame between you getting hit and her getting there?
It was almost immediate, within seconds.
So she was
right there. I would say no more than 20 yards behind me. Yeah, she was right there. Yeah. So she got off her bike, threw the bike at the lion to try to scare him off. Had no effect, once again. So she tried to grab a hold of one of my legs and basically dug her heels in to the soft dirt. And as he's dragging, she's trying to pull back. So essentially, they're in a tug of war, with her head in the middle. So, but I will say that the fact that she held onto my leg is one of the most integral parts of my survival. Had she not done that, they're very capable of taking me away. They can take like a full-size sheep and jump over a 6-foot wall. I am not a problem for that cat. So the fact that she was able to slow his progress in just taking me away was a big part in my survival, I would say. So he makes his way around to my face. I'm screaming bloody murder. I remember Debbie yelling at the cat and saying the F word over and over. I've literally never heard her swear. So, I think
is this what it's going to take to get her to cuss?
I know, yeah, exactly. But I think it's fascinating to me how our brains can have separate trains of thought. Like I can literally be thinking, I've never heard Debbie swear before, as I'm being attacked by mountain lions, as I'm realizing my face was torn off, as I'm trying to think, what am I going to do? like just the fact that our brains go into this hyper mode of like managing all this stuff, I think is incredible. So other mountain bikers had come down the trail. They had heard the screaming, and Debbie was yelling at them, do something, throw rocks. So one guy went up to try to get a signal, 911 call. Another guy actually did get a signal, made a 911 call. And one of the guys threw a rock at the lion, and first one hit it in the rear flank, next one hit it in the shoulder, and the third rock hit it in the head. And at that point, he let go.
So he was latched onto you, like, was he still trying to get a grip, or was he still trying to drag you away, or was he just holding you down?
So he was constantly dragging. So every time he would readjust his grip, he'd drag me. Readjust his grip, drag me some more. So he's like doing both things. So after he had clamped on here, he did end up getting me by the front of the throat. So my husband, like, used to have a martial arts school. I used to take classes from him. One of the things they tell you if you think you're going to get choked out is to like close your chin down to your shoulder and try to protect that space. So I did try to do that, didn't have any effect. Because once he got a hold of me here and closed down, I mean, it was a matter of seconds. I start seeing that things are starting to go black. So I am saying goodbye to Debbie. I know I'm going to die. This is it, right? Like I can feel things fading out, and that was when the rock throwing started. So I did black out. I remember kind of being disappointed that there was no tunnel light, no like film reel of my life. There's nothing. It was just this darkness, and that's it. But I will say one thing I found kind of fascinating is the fact that I felt completely at peace in a weird sort of way. Like it wasn't as though I had resigned myself to the fact that I was dying. Like, oh well, this is it. It was. I don't know. I can't really explain it. But in that moment where I knew this is it, it was just like this peace. Like I don't know. It's very tough to explain. I've heard of other people in similar situations that say that.
I felt that way too.
Really?
Yeah, totally.
Yes, that's very interesting because you would think that would be the most panicked.
No,
you would
I wasn't at all. I was just very okay. Here we go.
Right.
This is it.
I had a good life. Like that was, it's kind of like, and maybe I would feel differently if I didn't have my daughter at the time. Like maybe that would have changed how I felt in that moment. But that's exactly how I felt. Like, okay, that's it, I guess.
Were you in pain? Do you remember feeling pain?
No, I was not in pain. I think adrenaline and everything kicking in. I have been told also that facial injuries, I guess, are not like they bleed a lot, but they're not as painful as other injuries. And that wasn't the worst of my pain later. Was not the gnarly facial injuries. So after I blacked out, the rocks were thrown. The cat, after the third rock, let go and took off. And I came too. Yeah.
Wait, was that a big rock?
I mean, softball, I said. Okay. Yeah. So again, without what all of those guys did, 911 call, throwing the rocks, all of it.
What was the time frame before it let go? Did they ever tell you?
Honestly, I have no idea, and I don't think anyone else would either, just because of everyone has that adrenaline going. I mean, the guy who called 911 said he couldn't see my head. All he saw was my head was completely engulfed in the lion's jaw. So that's what they're seeing. Like, not a fun thing to come upon on the trail.
Do you remember anything like the smells?
No.
Nothing at all?
Nothing.
Did you feel the fur of the
lion?
No,
Debbie said it stunk really bad. I don't remember any smells. And I think that too is part of that survival part of the brain where you're literally just focusing on what matters for your life, and anything that doesn't matter, your body just tunes it out. Yeah, because she said it was very stinky, like gamey, smelly smell. It never once even looked at her. She was kicking at it, screaming at it, never once lost focus from me. She was close enough because she has my leg, right? So the cat's here and she's there. She was close enough. The cat could have done one twice, sure. Right? Never even looked at her. Like so focused on trying to get me. Yeah. So very, and a lot of times mountain lions will drag prey alongside them. They don't back up like a dog. They're going to drag alongside, so like their rear would be closer to Debbie and they're dragging that way.
Yep. So do you remember any other feelings? Like, even just, do you remember the sounds at all? Do you remember what the lion sounded like or anything at all?
No, I remember the screaming happening, and I wasn't aware that I was being dragged down into the ravine at all. Okay. I thought that I was still at the trail. And when I came to, as soon as I came to, I felt like I was underwater. Like I literally felt like I was drowning because of the blood. Yep. Yeah. And so I had my helmet strap and I was trying to like get it off. Because I just felt like I had my Camelback strap, this strap. I just wanted stuff off because I couldn't breathe. And so we were taking off helmet and W's help. And then they were, as soon as I came to, a couple of the riders came down, they helped carry me up to the trail. So when I was attacked, I was on the trail. And then when I came to, I'm basically up at the trail, or they brought me up to the trail. So I don't remember any of that dragging down into the ravine part. Yeah, almost like a drowning feeling. So they helped me to sit up. And then I could kind of catch my breath. I started to be able to get little bits of air. And I just remember, being a personal trainer, I mean, I teach like breathing techniques and stuff like that. So I was trying to focus on diaphragmatic breathing, slow your breathing down, slow your breathing down, like try to manage it. Well, just you think about if you're only getting a little bit of air, and that the feeling is panic, right? But you're trying to like, okay, I'm getting some air, like calm down, let's slow it down.
So your instinct in panic was to try to calm yourself.
Yeah, because I knew that's probably my best chance at being able to get more breath is if I like try to manage the breathing a little bit better, So just I don't know, that was kind of what my thoughts went to. And they had propped me up against the berm where the cat had jumped from so that I could sit upright. That was kind of my first real awareness again of what's happening. I looked around and I thought the people I was seeing were paramedics because I had no clue how long I had been out.
Right.
And I didn't know about the other mountain bikers. I looked around and didn't realize that, these are just other mountain bikers who came to help.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah.
How many people were around?
So it was me and Debbie, and then there was 2 solo riders and a group of 4 other riders. So one of them had gone up, but all of them were involved in some capacity in saving my life. And like to go back and hear the actual 911 call, like in that moment, and you just hear, the fear and just, probably.
I think you sent it to us.
Yeah.
There's about 20 seconds, I think.
I gotta leave the cat mountain lion in the face. Her face is almost gone. I need people out here. White Ranch, Cactus Ridge, on Whiting Ranch. She's in bad condition. I would get somebody here now. Okay.
Yeah, so that was one of the 2 calls that was made that day. Oh. Yeah, it was a day, that's for sure.
Where's the rock hits the mountain lion, it lets go. Does it, what does it do? Does it stop and look? Does it run off?
As far as people knew, it ran off. they just saw it let go and take off. And then I came to shortly after, just because he released the grip here. It was like a vice grip. So then after I came to, I'm sitting with my back to the berm. I then realized, oh, okay, there is no paramedics here. But then I remember being aware of the weight.
Oh, man.
So it wasn't even about pain or anything. It was almost like someone stapled a stake to my face, and it's just like hanging. You know, like you could feel the weight of it. And that feeling felt so foreign to me. I remember one of the guys took a t-shirt and gave it to me just so I could hold that up, because just the feeling of that was like, oh, you know, like, that's probably not good.
Could you see out of that eye?
So that was one of my concerns, because I could tell this whole left side was like mangled. And that was one of the first things I did, is I covered my right eye to see if I could see out of my left, and I could.
Wow.
So that was the first point where I was like,
that's lucky.
Yeah, and honestly, that was where I thought, okay, I'm going to be okay. Like, when I could see, I still have my vision. Not that the vision, I don't know, but for me, that was just like one on the checklist. Okay, I can handle this. You know, like, I just remember having that sense of relief.
Yeah.
Even though, you know, it's just another thing to deal with if that did happen. But I was very...
It's funny how your sense of relief changes.
Yeah, it's all
you know, like,
relative.
All relative.
Totally relative, yes. Yeah, so I was very relieved to see I still had vision. It took from the 911 call to paramedics being on scene in a wilderness park 19 minutes.
What?
Yeah.
That is by far the fastest
Unreal.
have ever heard.
Unreal.
I think the fastest beyond that was maybe, I think, 3.5 hours is what I've been.
Wow. I know, I feel like listening to some of these survival stories where they're like, you know, I had to hike out 10 miles. I'm thinking, I had it good. I don't
know about that.
Well, they did have to make the decision on whether to switch the gear from your regular vehicle to like the more off-road vehicle. And because basically what they would have had to do is either park on this roadway, hike all the way up and then back down the trail, or take the off-road vehicle up to Four Corners and hike down from there. So as far as I remember, they did drive to Four Corners and hike down from there. So I remember seeing these paramedics carrying one of those, like
stretchers.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. How far of a hike it was from where they parked to you?
It's not that far. Okay. That trail is pretty short, and then it goes down onto a fire road. So there's it's just like a fun, windy little section. It's not that far. So I remember seeing them come down the trail, and one of the paramedics crouched down in front of me and was wanting to try to, check my vitals and start an IV. I remember watching him, and his hands are like this, and I'm like, that was where I thought, maybe I'm worse than I think, because this guy seems really rattled.
Yeah.
That kind of worried me a little bit. I mean, granted, it probably didn't look good, but that worried me a little bit. Well, I found out after the fact that they had 2 helicopters flying. They had a sheriff's helicopter and one from the fire department. One of the pilots, as they're looking down, saw what they thought might be a body someplace else just up the trail.
Oh my gosh, really?
And secondly, saw the cat crouching down just down the hillside from where the paramedic is working on me.
Like it was going to come back?
Right. So the paramedics knew that the cat was still nearby. I didn't know that. That kind of makes sense.
Oh,
There's
sure.
a little bit more adrenaline, let's get her out of here.
Were they armed?
No. Sheriff's deputies, I don't believe there was sheriff's deputies on the ground yet, but they came in pretty quickly along with paramedics.
Okay.
So they did have they did have people on the ground with firearms. But basically they got the IV started. They do a judgment on Glasgow Coma scale. How lucid are you? And because I do remember everything except for the portion where I was passed out, I remember when the paramedic came up, I told him I have low blood pressure, trying to tell him I have a blood clotting disorder, trying to tell him details that would help him, you're not freaking out from that blood pressure's in the basement when that's normal for me or whatever, So I was very alert.
How were you able to talk with him latched on your throat?
Well, we'll get to that, but the injuries, I had like 20 fang marks around my neck, so let's say 5 bites at some point. Later on, they found, like when they checked everything, esophagus, trachea, voice box, carotid artery, jugular vein, nothing was hit. So that's why.
Wow.
Yeah. Otherwise, no, I wouldn't have been able to talk. And then 2, I don't know for a fact, but I do have a blood clotting disorder that makes me more prone to clots. Debbie said that she was picking off like huge clots off my face, which I don't know if that ended up playing a role in helping me at all with blood loss. I didn't end up needing a blood transfusion. I have no idea, honestly, but I think there was many, many things that all worked in my favor,
I would say so.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So the paramedics then loaded me up, and they said they couldn't get in there with the helicopter, so they were going to have to hike me out. At this point, I did start to really feel a lot of pain, mainly in my neck. Like I just felt such strain, like all the muscles in my neck, super painful. This, I don't remember feeling a lot of pain with regards to the injury, but that as they're hiking me out, that was not feeling good at all. I'm like, oof, that's going to be
Was it just like the shaking and all of
Yeah, they had a C-spine like collar on me and everything, but it was just super uncomfortable. And then, they had just made it a short way up the trail, and I heard one of the paramedics say, I think he's coming in. And the fire department helicopter pilot figured out a way to set down on the super narrow area. There's power lines and stuff.
Wow.
Super narrow section of trail, literally touchdown. They slid me in, and
wow.
Yeah. So that I was super thankful for, because, straight flight to the hospital and didn't have to, endure the hike out and all of that.
Why do you think this attacked you? What was its, did you startle it?
It's a cat.
Oh, so it had been stalking you for a while.
No, I think that from what we know, it was bedded down on that berm. There had been riders passing by, like not necessarily with the cat there, but the cat was in the vicinity. And I've talked to riders who rode in the middle, before this happened, never attacked them, but where it was bedded down right off the trail, one of the wildlife experts I talked to from UC Davis was saying it's like a cat could be sleeping, a house cat, and you drag a piece of yarn in front of it, it's going to trigger.
Yeah, wow, yeah.
Pounce.
Interesting.
Yeah, so I think that when I'm coming towards it down the trail, they have that like, kind of want to stay away. As soon as I pass it, it's like, oh, that looks like fun. I'm not their desired prey, obviously, but what we found out after the fact was that the abandoned bike did belong to a mountain biker who was attacked and killed by the same lion.
Wait, what?
Yeah. So the helicopter pilot who saw what he thought was a body was a body. And as far as we know, his name was Mark Reynolds. As far as we know, he may have been riding the night before. He was attacked and killed. He was riding solo. So at some point, his bike, he had stopped right on that section of trail. The bike was like either down the hillside or propped up right there. And so we have talked to people who had ridden that trail between when he was attacked and killed and when I was attacked. But
what? How long was that?
So that was the night before.
So okay, now
either the night before.
What was that guy doing there on the bike? That was his buddy?
No, he didn't know him. He found
the abandoned bike. Oh my gosh!
What I hear?
So he took them off. He was riding just like you.
Yeah. Well, we think he had stopped and that he was actually going to the bathroom or was stopped looking at his bike, and that's when he was attacked, when he was stopped and like crouched down. I since have gotten to know this. I know. That was really unreal for me because I didn't find that out until the next morning. It was in the newspaper.
That's how you found out?
Yeah.
You saw it in the news? Yeah. What did that do to you? What was the thought?
It was like obviously devastating news to hear. And I think...
Did you have a survivor's guilt thing happening or...
Not really, and maybe that makes me callous. I don't know. I mean, I'm just honestly super thankful to have survived. I think that made me even more thankful because here's this young, fit, I believe he was 35 at the time, like mountain bike racer, like super fit guy, right? Very healthy, strong, who was overcome by the cat. So I think it just really made it real for me, like how fortunate I am to have survived that.
You had people with you.
Yeah, exactly.
Wow.
That was the difference, to be honest. Yeah, that was the difference. Yeah, it was really, really tough news to hear. So we think that because of that, that cat normally wouldn't see humans as prey, but because it was successful in killing Mark, now we're on the menu, so to speak. And that's kind of what the behavior, animal behaviorists believe.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah, I'm super sad. I have gotten to know his family shortly, like maybe within a couple months. I met his mom and dad and
how did that happen? Did they come see you? Or?
They came out, for various reasons, but I just sent out an invite if they wanted to come over to my house. I was not really going out in public at that time because it was pretty shortly after the accident. And I just tried to think to myself, what could I say as a survivor? Because that's rough, right? You're there to pick up your son who passed away by the same lion, and you're meeting a survivor. Like, I think that'd be pretty rough. So the only thing is, I figure I could give them information that no one else could
sure, some closure or something.
Yeah, that it happened super fast. I didn't see it coming. I didn't have pain per se in the moment, and that like when I blacked out, like that all happened very quickly. That was the only thing I could think.
Wow. Yeah. Wow.
So, because I think, most people would think.
I can imagine that would have been very helpful.
Yeah, I think, too, because who else has that kind of information? You're looking at something like this thinking, that sounds absolutely brutal, and like it sounds super painful, but that was not my experience. I felt overwhelmed by the power of the cat, but it happened super fast. And, like even getting to the point of me blacking out happened very quickly. So, I don't know. Stop.
So, you look incredible, by the way. Like, everything that you've described doesn't look anything like I would have thought at all.
I mean, I was thankful in a lot of ways that I didn't lose this tissue. I've met survivors of many different types of injuries. I met a woman, I think we had both done the same TV show. And she reached out and we ended up getting together for lunch. She was bitten by her own horse and it took her entire cheek off. So I know that there's things about my injuries that did make it a little bit easier to manage. It was still quite a challenge. And, after the first surgery, I think I came to the realization that I'm never going to look how I used to look. So I think that was kind of like a second thing, like level that I dealt with, is just coming to the realization that it is what it is, But
what was the recovery like for you?
So I was airlifted to the hospital, and the plastic surgeon who was on call was the chief of plastics for this hospital, which is the highest level trauma hospital, and like less than 10 miles from my house. So I got the best of the best at that hospital. Yeah. I got the ER doc. It was the son of the man who started that hospital.
Wow.
Like, I got the best of the best. So, but interestingly enough, they have done interviews over the years, and the trauma surgeon said in an interview, which he'd never said to me, I was pretty surprised. He said in all of his years, my injuries were the worst he'd ever seen. Like, that's...
Oh, wow.
I'm kind of surprised by that. Maybe that's changed since. But so they brought me into the ER, started to try to assess my injuries, trying to get all the surgeons there, ear, nose, throat surgeon, plastics, the trauma surgeon. I should probably reverse one thing. As soon as I got up to the trail, I told Debbie, call James to tell him, my husband, to tell him what had happened, because he has a martial arts studio that was like a 30-minute drive. And so she called him from the trail and basically said, Anne's been attacked by a mountain lion, you know, go to the hospital.
What was his reaction?
He was pretty overwhelmed. I mean, he basically kicked all the students out and said, I gotta go. And it was like rush hour, so he's driving to...
rush hour, oh no.
Yeah, so he starts calling people. He called his grandma, and he was so frantic, she didn't know who he was. He's like, yeah, and then he called my parents and left a voicemail. Yeah, so...
Oh my
he's
gosh.
Like very...
I was found out by a voicemail.
I can't remember if he told them on a voicemail or just said to call him. I'm not sure, to be honest, but... yeah, that was intense. He's very like tough exterior guy, but softy. So it was a lot for him. And so I'm laying in the ER, and I see him walk up, and he started crying, and we're holding hands, and I'm telling him, I'll be okay. I'll be okay. And then he disappeared. He passed out.
Oh, no.
So they got another gurney.
So now he's laying next to you.
Yeah, laid down on a gurney next to me.
He's getting more better care than you now, right? Yeah.
That's kind of the joke, but I mean, people have asked me, because honestly, I'm not a very emotional person. I'm very like super even keeled, almost in situations where I probably should be emotional. I'm not. So I've never had issues talking about this. I remember Debbie coming to see me the next day, and we're like making jokes and stuff. Like, that's just Debbie's personality and my personality, very similar. So it's just that was our way of dealing with it. But the one time in my recovery that I remember crying was realizing that my husband, we celebrated our 3rd anniversary in the hospital, realizing that he's such a loyal person that he would not leave me, in all of this. And that feeling like maybe he got kind of the raw deal, because I knew he is so committed that he would stay with me, but I kind of felt guilty that he would have to go through all of this with me, So I remember being upset about that, just kind of feeling like it probably wasn't fair to him. But he's still 25 years, he's still here. So.
Wow.
Yeah. So, I think one of the things I have learned is that tight circle is what matters, right? That no one, like the wider circle of friends, you do kind of see who your true friends are, but also that tight circle is going to treat you the same as they always did. There's really no change, and how important that is, to have that kind of support system.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So take me where you were able to leave the hospital and feel like you could kind of go back to normal life. Has it been normal?
No, I don't think it ever will be normal for me. Just because I'm very aware of reactions of people. Like some people, like in my work, sometimes I'll meet a new client and they'll call me, and then that first in-person meeting, I kind of am like, not sure how it's going to play out. Some people are totally fine. Some people never mention it. I don't care if someone mentions or asks me questions, wouldn't bother me. Some people, you see kind of that deer in the headlights reaction. They don't even know they're doing it. So, it's kind of always there in the back of my mind.
I got to tell you, you do not look as bad as you think you do. I'm surprised that you feel that way, to be totally honest with you.
Really?
Yeah. Oh, yeah, absolutely.
I'm super thankful.
I think whoever did this did a fantastic job.
My doctor, Dr. Nolan, who's like I said, he was head of plastics at the time. He's amazing. He did the first reconstructive surgery, which was 6.5 hours, 200 stitches and staples, many layers of, piecing it back together. They spent hours and hours looking for the nerve endings to try to find them to put them back together, because I have loss of function on my lower lid, this muscle, and then a little bit of my upper lip. But I have feeling, so they worked really hard to do their very best work. I'm super appreciative. The otolaryngologist, ear, nose, throat surgeon, when he was looking at the wounds of my neck, what he told me is that they usually would use their finger to check the depth, and they went in up to the highest knuckle.
Oh, wow.
All these wounds. So, it was extensive, even though they look small on the outside, but they're super deep, penetrating wounds. And so I don't
see any wounds in them at all.
I know those healed up really nicely because they put drains in them. And like I said, they're very small. It's a fang size.
Yeah.
The depth of it was super deep, but where it went in was not large, or wasn't like I had on the back of my head and neck where the fangs tore.
Okay.
And, that type of thing. But yeah, those healed up really well. But they had done the 6.5 hour surgery. And then after that, for the reconstruction that I was going to have done, I had, what was the show? Some plastic surgery show that was popular at that time. They invited me to come to, Beverly Hills, do a consult. They would have done it for free. And I just wasn't the vibe for me. And then another top-notch surgeon from UCLA, I went there. He had a whole bunch of other, student, residents or fellowship or whatever, the student doctors in the room. And he's looking at me and saying, oh yeah, I see da-da-da-da-da, and da-da-da. And he's looking at me and talking. He's not talking to me. And I'm like, I just don't feel good about this either.
Yeah.
Feel like, I don't know. So I ended up calling Dr. Nolan's nurse, and I just said, I'm not sure what to do. I have offers from these 2 really good surgeons that they said they were going to do the work pro bono. I know that's going to be super expensive, and I'm not sure what to do. What do you think I should do? And she said, or I think that was before I did the consult. They had offered to do a consult, and they were going to do the work pro bono. And she's like, go do it. Go do the consults, And then she ended up calling me like a day or 2 later and saying, Dr. Nolan is offering to do the reconstruction for free.
Wow.
And I was like, what? So I ended up, yes, I want to stick with him. The funny part is, so this happened January. In December, they have this big black tie gala for the hospital. And they invite one person who was a patient at the hospital to come and be like, the person at the gala who gets up and tells a little bit about their story, comes up with their doctors and things like that. I show up to the gala and I see Dr. Nolan with the nurse. And I'm like, what is happening here? They're married. Yep, they've been married forever. I had no clue. So here I am.
That's awesome.
Divulging my secrets to her about, I don't know what to do. I feel so bad because I really like Dr. Nolan. And I'm like, what? So, of course, she went and told him. And so, he's amazing. I love them.
That's cool.
Dearly. Love all the surgeons I worked with. So, yeah, super fortunate.
Do you still have side effects at all?
So, as you can probably see, this eye runs. It's dry because that lower lid doesn't close enough. So, it's like dry eye.
Sure.
Yeah. So that, which then when I got back to mountain biking was a problem because it's I can't see,
Yeah.
And it's like blurry vision. But in everyday life, it's more of an annoyance than anything. It's not, it's something definitely I can live with.
Are you still mountain biking? No?
So I went back to it shortly thereafter. I was in the hospital 8 days. A week after I got out, Department of Fish and Game asked if I would be willing to go back to the trail with them to show them where these things happened. Where was Mark's bike? Where was the attack? Where all this, right? So I said, okay. So Debbie and I showed up. They had Department of Fish and Game I don't remember. Yeah, I think it was just an OC sheriff, I believe. They had people with firearms with,
Oh, I'm sure.
And I just told Debbie, I just need to walk out in front. Like, I just couldn't. I felt like my goal is to get back to biking.
Right.
This is a passion of mine. I love it. I'm not going to allow this to dictate my life. I'm not going to allow the fear to take this away from me. Yeah. So in my mind, I just thought, if I walk out in front of the group, I'm not like in with the people with the guns, I feel like that would be kind of my first step at getting back out there. Like, I can do this. So she and I walked out in front, and we're, oh yeah, remember this? Oh yeah, this looks like the berm, because we're kind of piecing it together as we're going along because of how chaotic that day was, and figuring out where everything is. Oh yeah, that's where I was dragged down. And so that was kind of my first step. And then I think I was cleared to ride in May. So this happened in January. I had several reconstruction, surgeries. And Dr. Nolan said that I got back on my road bike first. My first day on the road, I went into this like private gated neighborhood because it has these wide open streets. I'm like, oh, that'd be a good place to ride, and got hit with a water balloon from some teenagers.
Really? Oh no.
Yep. And then my next ride, I'm riding in the bike lane, near my house, got hit with a big plastic cup filled with ice.
Why?
I'm like, this is why I mountain bike, because I don't have to deal with people. Just dumb people. Yeah. So, yeah. Well, and I've always said, in my opinion, if you get hurt road riding, it's usually someone else's fault. If you get hurt mountain biking, it's usually your own fault. So it's like, I feel like in a lot of ways, you're in control. Like, if it's technical and you slow down, okay, but if you do something stupid, that's on you. So I kind of have always had that mindset. So I was ready to get back to mountain biking. And my first ride back, or second ride, I did one ride at a different location, and then I did a ride to ride that trail, just to check off. I felt like I kind of have this like internal checklist of these are the things I need to do in order to get back. So, and James was there, and a bunch of the trail angels came. So that's good. So I did get back to mountain biking, and then I had my daughter in 2013, and we bought her all the best bikes. She had 4 bikes by the time she was like 6. Didn't really like biking. So we did tons of hiking together, and so I've gotten back on the trails at this point, like since 2013ish. I haven't been, and not for any real reason, but I think if my daughter took it up, I'd be into it.
Okay, so there's no fear somewhere in the back here. Oh, there is. Okay.
And actually, that was something I realized I needed to say more often, because a lot of my riding friends had no clue that I had any issue with riding, because I would just go ride the same trails, and no one saw any reaction from me. But certain trails, single track trails, if they have like high bushes, I have like some level of anxiety. It doesn't keep me from riding them. Would I ever ride them solo? No, probably not.
PTSD?
No. In fact, when I was in the beginning doing a lot of interviews, I would sometimes try to close my eyes and like put myself back there to try to remember details and things like that. I never have had any issue, but part of it, I think, is that this happened in a wilderness area. It didn't happen in a grocery store parking lot. I can choose whether I want to go into wilderness parks. I don't have to, right? Someone who is attacked in a parking garage, that's part of your daily life. You still have to do that whether you like it or not. So I think because it puts me in the position of power in a regard, whether I love hiking and biking and all that, and trail running, all of it. So it's not something that I would give up, but it's by choice that I'm there. So I think that to me, that probably makes a difference. People who I've talked to, like, they did make me talk to a psychiatrist before they would discharge me from the hospital. And the report was flat affect. Like, she doesn't have any, it's like her tone is very monotone. She has no emotional connection. Like, she's not crying or anything. Very high risk of PTSD. And I'm like, that's just who I am. It's just.
So there's no moments where, you see that flash of something off the side and it triggers memories or anything like that at all. That's really unique.
Yeah, I don't know why. I think oftentimes in interviews, people are asked whether if they could go back, would they go through it or not? And I think most people who have been through something like this would say, I would still go through it because of what I've gotten out, because of what I've learned about myself. And I would not. Partly, I was thinking about that. Why is that? And part of it, I think, is that I think I went into it with certain skills, mindset that didn't come from this. I think had I gone into this attack without those, maybe I would have gained these things. But I feel like I went into it with these things, which I think is a lot of why I recovered the way I did, emotionally and physically. But I was in the Marine Corps, went through boot camp. I've been through difficult things mentally. I've been through things that made me realize, wow, I can do a lot more than what I ever thought I could do. I'm stronger than I used to think I was or whatever. Would I have thought I could go through this? No. But I think that I went into it with a lot of strengths to where I'm super thankful that nothing about my life has changed. Other than my facial injuries, I got back to mountain biking. Physically, I'm fine. I can do all those same things. I think if I had lost those or had more severe injuries that didn't allow me to go back to mountain biking, didn't allow me to do all these things, I would be a lot more affected, But I just feel like, I kind of look at it like it's another day. It is a day that does define a lot of my life. People know me as that person who's attacked or whatever, but it doesn't, it's like to me, it's one small part of me.
Sure.
It's not all of me.
No, that was a really good explanation.
I don't know.
I think you knew I was going to probably ask you that question.
Well, no, I usually say
I ask everybody that.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I always say that because I think everyone says, and maybe I'd be curious what other people say. I feel like most people say, oh, I was so
for sure.
through it. Yeah.
I think I've interviewed probably, I don't know, you're maybe 16 or 17, and only one other person besides you.
Really? And what was their reason?
I don't know exactly what their reason was. It wasn't as eloquent as what you just... It was really fresh still. He was still processing. Like, it was probably within a year. He was attacked by a grizzly bear. And so it was just, But
that's tough.
I feel like what I'm hearing you say is that, man, that sucked that happened. I wish that wouldn't have happened.
Yeah.
Man, it would have been a lot better off not having that happen. I totally understand that and can respect that for sure.
Yeah.
I do think, though, that your opportunity to, I guess, see the strength that comes out of something like that is there. And then also to be able to realize that there are so many people that hear this story that are even going to be listening to this. There's going to be thousands of people that listen to this and are just going to be like, wow, she's an amazing person.
Well, I will say, I love survival stories. Like, if I watch a movie, I want to watch a movie about, like, someone up against challenges who comes out ahead. Like, I love that.
Yeah.
I do not like being in the public eye. I do not like doing interviews. Sorry. I don't mind talking about the story itself, but I've done public speaking to 5,000 people. I do not like doing that.
Yeah.
It's not my thing.
I totally respect you. Totally get it, yep.
Because I love hearing stories like that, I get the draw. So I will talk about it because I think I like hearing stories like that, So I think that's the only reason I would do it. But I also never want people to compare themselves. Like, why do I still have nightmares? Why am I still struggling? Because everyone's journey is
different.
Totally. So I don't think, I just wouldn't want anyone to compare and ask themselves, why am I still having trouble? But I think it has been really interesting over the years when I've gotten emails from people and people telling their stories, and I've gotten together for lunch with people, and that part, that human connection part, I love. So like I can appreciate the power of stories where, people survive and hopefully thrive on the other end of it.
Yeah. Well, I think you're awesome. I think you're a very incredible person. And I think that you look fantastic. Way better than what you think you probably see. No, it's absolutely true.
People say, oh, your daughter looks just like you. I'm like, thank you, because I think she's adorable.
She is adorable. She's here, by the way. She's not in the same room. She's here. Yeah. She's a sweetheart for sure. Okay, so what happened to the bobcat? Or what? Yeah, what happened to the cat?
Yeah.
Where's it at?
Okay, I need to go back because I just realized I said that incorrectly. As they were airlifting me out, they saw what they thought was a body and asked someone to go check on it. So there were sheriff deputies on the ground at that time. They went off of the trail close to where the abandoned bike was, and they found the body of Mark Reynolds. I will say one thing that they learned, I guess, from the autopsy is that he had no defensive wounds. So he was surprised to the point where he was not able to fight back. Okay, because I've had, in some ways, I'm glad this happened so long ago, because the online comments, I think I would have difficulty with. Had a lot of people say, "Oh, I would do this, I would do that, I would carry a gun, I'd hit him, I'd do this." You have absolutely
You have no idea what you're talking about.
Yeah,
For sure.
A cat this size is, so this cat was 120 pounds, 130 pounds, same exact weight as me. A cat that size is capable of taking down an 800-pound bull elk. Super powerful.
Wow.
They, like I said, they can have a full-size sheep or goat and jump a 6 to 8 foot wall. They can jump horizontally 40 feet. Okay, so when that cat is 5 feet from me, not even 5 feet, the cat was 3 feet from me, they can jump 40 feet horizontally.
Oh my God.
So for that cat to hit me from that close,
Yeah.
the impact was just unreal, you know? So I think it's important to be aware of your surrounding. But one of the things that makes me sad, I will say, and this is something I always say when I do public speaking, the thing that makes me most sad is when people come up to me after the fact and say, "Oh, I used to hike in Whiting Ranch, and ever since your story, I don't."
Oh, yeah.
I hate that, because I had zero warning. So there's nothing I could have done differently to have prepared myself for that attack. I had people with me, which I think is important. There's nothing I could have done differently, right? Even if I had had pepper spray, bear spray, a gun, there's likely no way I would have gotten to it.
No, not at all.
Right. There's situations where maybe you would surprise a cat on a trail face to face. That'd be highly unlikely. But in that case, maybe some of those things would work. But my point being, you can't live your life in fear. I think you can go into it prepared as well as you can be. But you also can't live your life in fear and let that dictate
for sure.
what you do. Yeah. So keep hiking.
Did they ever find a cat?
Oh, yes. Sorry. I didn't even get to that.
Sorry.
So as they airlifted me out and they saw what they thought was a body, who turned out to be Mark Reynolds, the sheriff deputy, they had infrared with the helicopter using to, because it did get dark shortly after. Like by the time I was airlifted out, it was getting dark. So they could see with the heat-seeking capability, they saw what they believed to be a cat. They sent the deputy that direction, and the cat actually stalked the deputy, and he turned around and shot him. Yeah, so the cat at that point, people, I got death threats from Mountain Lion Foundation, which is a nonprofit, for being responsible for killing the cat. I'm the biggest animal lover out there. I'm a vegetarian for 40 years.
That is the most pathetic thing I've ever heard.
I love animals like you can't imagine. But in a situation like that, when a cat is displaying abnormal behavior like that, that is a public safety risk, right? So people say, well, don't go into their territory. Well, guess what? If you live in a house, you're in their territory. At some point, your house was mountain lion territory. So people who like to draw the line like, oh, no more building. Yes, we should have wilderness spaces. We should have protected spaces. We should have wildlife corridors that allow them to move without having to cross roads and get hit, because that's most likely how they're going to get killed, right? Let's be smart. Let's keep little kids close. Let's keep, don't leave food out. Let's be responsible living in and among wildlife so that hopefully it doesn't come to that where a cat needs to be killed. But that cat at that point is displaying behavior that is abnormal.
Yeah.
They don't come after people. They don't want to be seen. They're elusive. They want to go the other way. So when they have switched and their behavior is doing something different, it's not something you can relocate or you can, so I feel like people do need to educate themselves a little bit more about wildlife behavior, how to be safe in wilderness areas, how to be a good, steward of wilderness lands, how to live harmoniously with wildlife, because we take responsibility too. So, that would be part of my message as well.
Awesome.
Yeah.
Well, I'm glad you're here. Thanks for sharing your story. And thanks for closing out like that, because that was super helpful too, because I think that'll shut up some of the comments.
Probably not. But honestly, I don't care, because the one thing, I mean, there's a local wildlife photographer in Orange County who has trail cams, gets cats on trail cams in different areas. There's a certain park that's kind of close to the ocean where cats are not seen as often, as the Lake Whiting Ranch is more by the foothills of National Forest, and you get cats there more often. Like that professor at UC Davis said, where there's deer, there's mountain lions, right? So if you see deer, there's mountain lions there whether you see them or not. So this wildlife photographer had posted something talking about, this certain wilderness park never has cats, has never had cat activity. My husband has seen one there. And the guy is like saying, he didn't know what he was looking at. I'm thinking, okay, the one thing I know something about is mountain lions,
Yeah, right.
So,
You're like, do you
yeah,
have any idea what you're talking about or who you're talking to?
Yeah, but it's like, yes, they're out there. They don't want to be seen. Let's be smart.
Yeah. Well, thanks for being here. I really appreciate it.
Yeah.
Thank you so much.
No problem.
Fuck. 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 Fuck.